So 1, 2, 3 test. Okay, let's hope this will work. Is this live? It says so. Then let's hope so. All right. No, I'm not sure. All right. OBS says I'm streaming. That's good. Now the Twitch rate also says this. Okay, good. Very good. So, the last time we made some progress in more or less separating sort of all the things that are required from the Vulkan, overall Vulkan sort of context to, we separated things out that are just simply there for object rendering. So that we have things like swap chain creation and frame buffer creation and stuff like that. We have that sort of separated from what we actually need when we render objects like vertex buffers, index buffers, textures, and stuff like that. So all the data that is required for this is sort of in its own separate structure here. And this is sort of a minimalistic thing. It doesn't look like it, but with regards with Vulkan, the moment you have something that has a texture and vertex and index buffers, well, this is more or less the stuff you need to render a single texture or a single triangle. I mean, that can obviously be shortened and other things, but I also made somewhat of a blunder, which hopefully we'll be able to correct now, because and this goes for these descriptors. In the previous videos, there were also crashes in the descriptor code, and I sort of fiddled a little bit with this, but it is for now. It has, I noticed what the problems sort of initially also were, and I think we're going to apply some fixes here. And they have something to do with that we want to more or less have several modes, or one or two modes, I would say, and how to actually render Vulkan objects. One mode is, of course, to more or less be static. So that is, instead of re-recording every render command every frame, we want to sort of more or less record these render commands once and then just use them. Now, because recording a render command, within that render command, we obviously have to utilize these descriptor sets as well as our vertex index buffers, whatnot, and of course frame buffers and sort of swap chain. I believe at a later point we also need some. So, but as you can imagine, if we were to record a command buffer, which is then simply being submitted to a render queue, if this frame buffer were to change by, let's just say, we simply resizing the window or something, then we would also have to re-record the command buffer in order to now utilize the new frame buffer. Now, and we don't have any infrastructure for that yet, right? So for now, it's but there was also another. This is one obvious problem that still persists within this code, which we are hopefully going to address. But there's another problem, and that is purely sort of my own making. when I set up all the descriptor stuff in a previous video, for some reason, I don't know why, when I was setting up the descriptor sets, and these are and all the other things that go along, that go inside of these descriptor, like descriptor buffer, image, and I was under the impression that I needed actually more copies of these descriptors than I actually need. And so this is technically wrong. One only needs to have as many descriptors, infos, and descriptor right infos as you have these frames in flight. So whatever number of frames you intend to sort of render ahead, if you will, or and there's obviously also a simple reason for that, because when you see in the actual draw code, and I can yeah, conveniently we are here. So we're having the submit queue. Let's start where. Okay, this is where we call all the drawing. Now we have some, and as you can see, we more or less, the only thing we're actually putting into a submit queue is a comment buffer. And that comment buffer is recorded for a specific frame that we wish to render to. And obviously this here entails then in your drawing code that you will utilize the proper sort of swap chain image, as well as other frame buffers, the things that we select to render to, right? So, and you can only have, of course, as many of them as you have comment buffers. So, so this is what we do every frame. We submit a comment buffer. If we pre-record the comment buffer and not generate it every frame, we have to obviously make sure that the things that we address in the recorded comment buffers are objects that are alive and well, and they actually point to the right thing. So, for instance, if you record a comment buffer that would render to a swap chain image that is no longer there, well, obviously that will cause problems at some point. So yeah, and right now, and because that all these handles that we supply then to the actual in the recording, they are all part of this descriptor mess, and that is where we actually store this information. And but as I said, we're currently sort of the way in which we utilize and use these descriptors is sort of slightly wrong, and because we don't need as many of them as we have right now, and we're gonna, as I said, we're gonna address this. But this again boils also down to this oddity here. Well, oddity is the wrong word. If you have more frames in flight than you have sort of swap chain images, it will be difficult to pre-record, right? And also because you're always rendering in a specific image, or in a specific swap chain image, is only part of a specific comment buffer. So they have to always match. So the whatever image you're rendering to needs to have in its descriptor, which is then actually inside of this comment buffer here. Everything needs to match. So the swap chain image, as well as sort of the whatever it is that you're utilizing otherwise. So, and yeah, but in our case, in reality, that isn't really that big of a deal. We're always gonna be, we want to do double buffering. We don't wish to do triple buffering because of the delay or the latency that this will present. But in any case, we need to address some of these issues and fix them, and re-record the comment buffers properly, and also react when sort of swap chain was changed underneath that. So, but yeah, so hopefully we'll be able to fix this. And on top of all of that, There's now currently a lot of duplicated things within these here in our own Vulkan object. There's in our Vulkan context, while we were following the Vulkan tutorial, obviously everything was put in that context class, but for instance, vertex shader, fragment shader, lots of pipelines, vertex index buffers, uniform, all this stuff really doesn't belong here. And of course also the textures. So we can rip all of this out, but we left it in so that we wouldn't get too many compile errors. So but we need to, because all this data is of course the stuff that is now has moved into our Vulkan render object. So yeah, let's see how far we make it today. And yeah, I'm just well, let's first see if we have some outstanding changes here. Oops. Oh, really? Um, let's see. What are the differences here? Hmm. Build. Ah, okay. We made a couple white space changes that. Yeah, they seem like white space changes. Oh no, this is not a white space change. Oh yeah, but this was the okay. I didn't. There was a function prototype that didn't need to be there. Okay, so I think we're now. Yeah, we're starting. Yeah, we can get. Yeah, we didn't get to it to commit it last time, so we want to start sort of fresh, if you will. Um, okay. So before we rip out a lot of the code, we let me check. Okay. I think we want to first. Oh yeah, let me. Like always, we want to rebuild and check whether we're still working. That's obviously rebuilding all the code. Um, yeah. Yeah, this is also obviously a problem now that we have moved lots of these Vulkan objects into our render object. It's no longer being freed by the Vulkan, by our other Vulkan code. So we need to, but that is a problem for much later. So so lots and lots of things to do. But I, because it's the most strange part, we really want to get the recording of the command buffers working first. So I think we can. I mean, the right descriptors is really what we need more of. But Well, we will see. Um, so if we set this to 1 and this to 2, because we now currently have 2 write descriptor. One is our uniform buffer and one is our image texture. So we have 2 of them. But obviously we need them in pairs of max Vulkan frames in flight, because while we're utilizing one for current rendering, we're at least making it into the, I believe, to right up to the rasterizer. Right, we cannot rasterize 2 frame or sort of an entire image ahead, because we only have 1 depth attachment and 1 frame buffer attachment and all this. So there's only one thing we can really render to. But we can do everything that happens before the rasterization parts in the pipeline that can be done. And which is, of course, not too much. I mean, it's more or less vertex processing, but that's still a chunk. It's not, you know. So, but for the time being, we want to really have a close look at the recorder here. Because the way in which I set up the recording is also kind of wrong. Yeah. Let's just try to. Yeah, this is now more or less the dynamic version, where we, for every frame, we record the comment buffer. And we pass in sort of the current frame number and the swap chain image index that we're. Now, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we don't really fully. I think we should also do this differently, because as we can see here already, right, we're writing to, or we try to get our comment buffer here. And I think this indexing which sort of comment buffer to even use is something that should happen outside of this function. Right, so we technically want to record something and say, hey, here is a render, record everything into a comment buffer that we're giving you. Don't try to determine the comment buffer itself. So, and the same thing also goes for the descriptor set. And as you can see, they're all eerily depend on this current frame that we're now for the moment passing. And this is because that is how it was in the original sort of Vulkan tutorial. And but since we're changing this a little bit, we also, yeah. So we need to sort of fix this and find instances where this, to make sure that we render into this. So we need to find all the instances here of current frame and current frame index or whatever, and then see where we're going. But I believe we almost don't have any. Oh yeah, here. Yeah. So in our begin render info, obviously we have to tell it with. And here also, I think would probably behoove us to also get this out of here. We don't want this thing to access it like that. Instead, we wish to pass a frame buffer which we wish to render into and record that. All right, so but I think for the rest we're kind of okay-ish. Now obviously we're gonna attach our vertex and index buffers here, so that's not really that. Okay, every single one of our renderable objects has, of course, its own pipeline. So, yeah. But and that's fine, I think. So, but for the most part, let's just let's just get into this and try to make this function a little somewhat more different. So I said, instead of letting the function decide which comment buffer to render to, we just give it one from the outside. And I think that's just, so we want to refactor this but let's see. So first we are going to do away with this and making a copy. Yeah, let's just give it a different name, obviously, for at least for now, and then we so we want a comment buffer. So as I said, we want to get rid of these, and we also want a descriptor set. So we're going to pass that in. And of course, we also want to pass in the frame buffer. P frame buffer, that's this guy. Oh, require is just a homemade version of an assertion. So it's it's technically I believe, although in this case let me check you, let me tell you or show you what it is. I have it here somewhere. Yeah, well, and this is static require. Yeah, and require. In my case, require is currently for it's just to break in the debugger, right? So if you were to require, it just simply stops your program, right? It more or less, it doesn't technically really abort, but it sort of, as I said, it's doing this. Right, and for Windows, for instance, we would use the debug break command. But yeah, essentially that it's a form of an assertion, but yeah. But it's not sort of usually, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if you use assert, in case an assertion hits, right, your code will sort of abort. So assert internally calls abort, and we don't necessarily want that. And so we much rather want to do other things. Maybe, as I said, if we run this program then in a debugger, we want the debugger to simply stop at that. You know, this more or less means if that happens and you happen to be running in a debugger, hold at this code place so that I can investigate stuff. And but of course, if you're not running in a debugger, it will simply crash or segfault, whatever you want to call it, right? It will. And you also, obviously, as I said, I think assert, the C assert, depends a little bit on this ndebug define. So when you utilize assert, now let's just say you do this, and if you do, I believe, undef ndebug, now it would sort of it would crash your program. But if ndebug is defined, assert will do nothing. right? That will sort of render this statement as if it's not doesn't exist. Uh, but yeah, but again, I mean, one can utilize and there's fancier asserts, right? The SDL has its own version, the SDL assert, and that's fine. But especially within UI code, yeah, you can do things like that. Absolutely, yeah, yeah. That's. But if you want to call exit, right? I mean, let's just presume you make some form of library code, right? Exit might be somewhat a hard thing, right? I mean, no, if it's just all in your code, that's perfectly fine. But if you do library code, people will find that unpleasant if just because there is some error, you just abort the entire application, right? When you call exit. Um, yeah. So, but of course, I mean, but I understand that's also it's something very akin to what you're doing without, but I only do it if the debugger is attached, right? I just want to, it should crash, so it's more or less the same than exit, if you will, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, these can that can the sort of there are many ways or many patterns like this and how to do stuff like this. But yeah, but there are certain drawbacks for the actual assertion. I mean, not the Linux assert, but under Windows, the assert define, which will usually display a dialog that can lead to unwanted behavior, right? Because while the assertion dialog is on display, the message processing happens in the background due to the modal dialog loop, which will then further sort of, as I said, it will process messages in the while the dialog is being displayed, which is a fairly common pattern. And sometimes you just don't want that to happen, right? You just really want to make sure, no, please don't do anything, right? Just stop it right here, right? Don't process even a single message. Well, it's convenient to have a dialog that you can click on or something, but sometimes you just don't want that, especially if you have highly multi-threaded code. It's yeah, that's sometimes, as I said, sometimes you want that and it's perfectly fine, but other times it's just sort of, but it depends. So now, and I use require because I believe this is something, I want to say this has been stolen from some other programming language. Um, I want to say, is it Eiffel? Let me, no, it wasn't Eiffel. It was something else. Uh, it wasn't Eiffel. I know that. It was some other programming language. I forgot what. Oh, maybe it was Eiffel. Oh yeah, but there's I think it was stolen from Eiffel. That might also be true. But I don't know PHP. I don't know whether there is, but within Eiffel, I think there is an actual require keyword. Eiffel is a programming language. It's it's a moldy old programming language, right? I mean, um, it's not that much in use, right? No, no, no. I only know this because of a colleague of mine. He's he knows a lot of programming languages, and I was asking him at some point, well, what can I use as a name for an assertion that isn't assert? And he said, well, you could use the require. That is what Eiffel more or less uses. And I just, yeah, and that's, yeah. So you want to have a word, a different word for assert, that but that essentially has some of the properties of an assertion, because assert is a define, and this is just a simple define as well. And of course, defines may clash, and you can prefix things like this, right? Like Qt would do. I believe it's Q assert for Qt, right? You can do stuff like that, or but I don't like this too much, so I said, well, it's something like, yeah, you could do all of that, but require is sort of, it's a more nebulous concept, right? It's also, if you have you have preconditions, something enters into your function, so you want to require that all the parameters are what you think they are, all right, or what you hope they are. Then there is certain post conditions after your function sort of was called. You want to ensure, well, I think there is also an ensure keyword in Eiffel. it's, is there? I'm not sure, but I believe there is. Yeah, these are so there is a clause for that. So you can more or less prove to the caller, when you run through this sort of ensure closure, then or this ensure block, whatever, or clause as it's called here. You can so say, no, the values I'm giving you are exactly in the range that you expect them to be, right? Yeah, I mean, Eiffel is a fairly strict language. I believe so. I have never programmed into it. I like the terminology a little, so this is why sort of this is why I more or less stole the require, as I said, and I wouldn't even know about it if it hadn't been for some colleague telling me about these names. So this was just me searching for a name, and I didn't want to use assert or redefine assert or do 100 different abbreviations or so. So I just, as well, what the hell, just call it require. It expresses pretty much what one would expect. So yeah, yeah, and of course, and these are actual sort of these are built-in commands, right? They're not some voodoo here. They're just they're part of the language. You can, I think it comes from the larger programming by contract sort of thing, where you have a caller of a function, you want to ensure, so, or you want to, it's, I don't know what this is called. It's sort of policy derived, where you want to say, okay, you call this function, you can be reasonably sure about certain pre and post conditions, and I think Eiffel allows you to be very explicit with the kind of which parts of the contract you're going to fulfill, or want to at least. Um, yeah. So, but yeah, but this is sort of where the require comes from. So nothing is ever new. It's all stolen from somewhere. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, exactly. That's exactly one of what you wish to what you want, what you don't want to have happening, right? That you have functions that simply name clash. Now, I admit that it's require is such a short name that it might eventually clash, but so far I have not had any sort of clashes with it. Yeah, but this is why, yeah, if you, whatever you do, right, you use debug, assert, whatever it is that you come up with, it will very likely clash with something. So this is why I was searching for something that very likely will not clash within C. And require was it for me, right? But yeah, but you can always, of course, stoically prefix everything, right? This is what I said. That I think Qt does this, right? If you there's Q debug, Q assert, Q whatever, and you can do this. I think if you provide a larger framework of something, but I'm usually too lazy to really consistently prefix everything properly. So I just you know yeah, but that's just yeah. As long as it doesn't clash, it's fine by me. So it's just, yeah, that's. I mean, there's other hazards with defines. This is why they're considered so evil, and in a way, they can be. But I mean, defines in C, I think, are a little less problematic than they would be in C++, because and there's of course differences within defines themselves. If you can a define like this is absolutely horrific, right? Because this is just a text replacement. Wherever you have that string, it will be replaced, right? If you have a define that has at least an argument, then I think the preprocessor is a little smarter and will not just willy-nilly uh, replace the text only if the number of arguments would be matching. Yeah. So, but the problem is, of course, when you have a class. I mean, the reason why it is so evil, quote unquote, in C++ is because it sort of more or less inadvertently kills all the namespacing and class scope naming. So if you make a class, I mean, and this is sort of a famous example, I think that you will find in lots of literature, which is you do a class and you very innocently whatever, make something and call it sleep, right? That's whatever, right? You have a method in your class that is called sleep. Now, if you compile this with a Windows compiler, right, that sleep will be redefined by whatever, by the actual operating system sleep function. And so yeah, whenever this occurs in your source code, you will you will more or less call the operating system sleep function and not your method. And and if you look at the Windows API, for instance, there's so many functions that for Unicode and non-Unicode purposes, I believe I want to say something like get file name, right? Which is a fairly common function, right? You could, I don't know, you could see that you would want to have a function like this. So the problem is there is a Windows API function that is also called get file name, and that happens to be a define get file name A for the ANSI version or W for the Unicode version. And so silently, these symbol names change in your code then. And I mean, and as is, and in C++ is sort of you cannot do anything about that sort of thing, right? Because the name change or swapping of the names occur before the compiler even sees this, because it's a preprocessor and it changes the text before the before the compile step. So yeah, you can, and of course, if especially the sleep thing is such a notorious example where you just wonder, huh? Why, what happens here? Why is something, what's, why is my program not working, right? Yeah, or you can, as long as you even get a compile error, right? You're more or less lucky. So if some macro clashes so bad, or one of the very infamous also things, which more or less there's also, again, this is Windows, but this can happen on other platforms and operating systems too. But there is, of course, the dreaded min-max, right? There's if you now have standard algorithm, right, and you have a max function, right, like float, and you call it max. Uh, yeah, if you compile this with Windows, you get into trouble because this will be, there is a min and a maximum defined, and that may simply kill your, it will kill your function, and then you will get very, very weird error messages. Yeah, I mean, I said, but within C, you expect sort of these preprocessor type things more. So you're not, but a C++ programmer, especially one that isn't sort of already fairly knowledgeable about how dirty and down C can get. If you simply don't expect this, then you're really dumbfounded by why did this happen. So it's a little unfair. You just be taken by surprise, right? It's just so they're a little bit more pernicious in C++ than I would say, but yeah. But on C, you oftentimes you have there's very few other options. Sometimes you just need to define things. I mean, it is what it is, right? You can't just. So let's continue here. So we have our frame buffer. Okay, we're using this one still. Okay, we're using this one as well. This is our pipeline. Okay. Now let's record the damn thing properly. So now we don't have to care about this, but we need this guy to be alive. And we also want these guys. Oh yeah, that's great. So I want to require some more. So we reset the damn thing. We did this. Begin command buffer. Okay. Okay. Here we also just have the frame buffer. Okay, we take this out of here. This is the graphics pipeline. Need that one. Okay, these are all part of the render objects. Okay, so this, and here's where we ended. Okay. That's neat. So our context, our this guy. And we steal this thing. And I think we want to steal the frame buffer. So now I think we made it a little more explicit what goes in here. And so we can right. So technically nothing should have changed now. So get rid of this. Ugh. Don't do that. So we're passing this and this. Mm, yeah, but let's just see. Okay. I see. So let's see if this compiles. Hey, where's my shell is missing. Is it really? Yeah. Okay. Ah, so how do I get this into the editor area? I always forget how this. always forget where this is. Split terminal? No, I don't want to split it. Ah, there's what we want. Okay. And we want to pin. Is it pinned here? Unpin. Ah, okay. So, sorry. So, okay, it compiles. What's oddly surprising, but um, and it still works. Good. That's expected. Even though we did set this to 1 and this to 2. So right now, yeah. Mm. Where are our command buffers? There. So if we want to pre-record the command buffers so that we don't have to do this each draw call, we well, obviously can only do this that many times. So let's have a close look at this then. So right now we're doing it sort of like this. So this is of course nonsense. This has to be frames in flight count. Hmm. So but the problem can come in here. So where's the frame buffers? Mm, This is swap chain images. There. Yeah. So we can potentially have more swap chain images than frames in flight, which is very likely almost always the case. But we have to sort of make them walk in lockstep. This is why we're more or less settled to either hard double buffering or hard triple buffering. Because, or you would record for each combination of a frame buffer with each combination of a sort of so the swap chain image which and the frame buffer have these two, and you get the current image that you're rendering to. That's, yeah. So but you can only pre-record, or sort of you can only record two, because these are the ones that you submit to the queue. So we have to do this here. And that is, of course, a hard requirement that sort of current frame and no, what is it? Image index, I believe, is it? They have to walk in lockstep. Because this is, if that isn't fulfilled, then we're running into the problem that we can no longer address these things properly. So yeah, all right. So we have a descriptor set, we have a frame buffer. All right, all right, all right. Let's see where this thing is baked and made. Yeah. And below here, we get our current frame. Mm. Record, update, draw. So drawing is now no longer a thing. I also think we can get rid of the impl because we don't need that guy anymore. So no longer drawing, and so let's go into our draw frame. So we're waiting, we get the image. Oh yeah, that's also that's something we need to care about later as well. So we reset the fence and we are no longer okay. We don't need to reset. Yeah, that I think this is okay. We this. So we have this thing over here. Yeah. So right now, I believe we're ending the render pass in our record function. Oh yeah, we end the buffer, of course, and we end the render pass. Okay. But I think that's okay. That is fine to do so. It is very fine to do so. Although, no, it may not be. Mm, okay, I think we should begin command buffer. Yeah, I mean, for the time being, is we just have to live with that for now, because technically you want to have something where you go into a little bit of effort to, if you have multiple objects, you obviously want to, and then, you only call this once and then record all the objects that you have. And in the end, you also uh, sort of this end and the begin, they need to be sort of separate. They can also be put out here. But since right now we only have one drawable object at a time, it can still reside in here. I mean, and right now we obviously presume that the comment buffer is has ended and is sort of is ready to. So, okay. So since we only have uh, one renderable object at a time, we're fine for now. So, but we want to also, yeah, as long as we do this, we're fine. Um, and we also, okay, here's what we required. Frames in flight. Count this one here. Oh, okay. We have this. All right. So I want to say this should work. Let me just go over this one more time. Draw frame. So we're trying to acquire an image. Draw does nothing anymore. So we still leave it in, but it isn't doing anything. So everything has been recorded. And now, of course, we need to make sure that when we submit this comment buffer here, that we that this is all very much the thing that we recorded. And of course, that's what we made sure it should be. So if we then render the other frame, and we're done, and we get a new image, we obviously so this should all neatly fit. And so instead of recreating every sort of render command or re-recording them, we the only thing we do every frame is we submit the very same command buffers to our submit queue. And the only way for us to manipulate what's being rendered is, of course, because we're updating the uniform buffers. And there we also, this is also part of the play. Let me just briefly go there. We're passing a lot of, so yes, this is current frame. And that also means our uniform buffers exactly are as many as we have frames in flight, potentially this is as many uniform buffers we sadly need, although they are hopefully not too big. But of course that can vary. But let's see, does it build, does it compile, and is it still working as expected? This still seems to be working. There's no in-between problems here. So let's now make it stop working. So if we do this and say, oh, well, what the hell, let's just use 3 swap chain images. Now our pre-recorded command buffers will no longer match what we will be seeing on screen. Yeah, that's, I mean, it's immediately visually that we get this. And of course we also get, yeah. But wait a minute, what isn't going? Oh, wait a minute. I was expecting an assertion. Okay. But that assertion obviously cannot really, yeah. While we're recording, this will of course count to 2. So 0 and 1. And that will be fine because these are the 2 buffers we recorded. But when we're actually rendering, so maybe there is something we can do here in our draw call, which of course we don't do anything anymore, but in here we have to more or less make sure that this will work. And of course it won't, we know this, but yeah, that's it. That is precisely what we wanted. So that assertion makes a lot of sense. And but as it but it also means that whatever it is we do here, these variables are not as independent as we want them to be. Right? So if we want to render sort of 2 frames ahead, then we also require more swap chain images, which is of course, yeah, now it will work again. Yeah. But now we incur latency and we don't want that. So double buffering will be enough for us. All right. Rebuilt. Yeah. So we've got rid of some of the artifacts. So the other problem is now that we have I think we need to change these functions again because they're not they're not really doing what we want them to. Um, mm, yeah, this will always be frames in flight count. There's no way around that. Yeah. I mean, we could obviously record more command buffers and try to distribute the right set of command buffers to the pipeline, but we don't really, yeah, we don't really want to do this right now. So this is terrible. So let's just slowly. So we have the descriptor count max. Which we know can only always be frames in flight count. That makes that whole thing pretty one-dimensional. And okay. Okay. And we're passing it in. Mm. Um, would we count? What if we had some dynamic buffers as well? Then, yeah, no, I think we can. Hmm. Okay, no, I think we cannot. Okay, that's. No, we could simplify it for this case, but if we have multiple, we do end up having multiple uniform buffers. So one dynamic, one isn't, one static. Then we need the two-dimensionality of it, and then this makes having it configurable makes sense. So we keep it in case we get multiple buffer descriptions. So redo it and live with it. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. So that then still does make sense. Not right now, but we could have another buffer. And for that, we would need to change that. Okay. Da, 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 da. Good, good, good. Oh yeah, we need to, yeah, one more thing. Now this will probably fail horrifically. So if we change something now, then yeah, I think we pretty much crashed, or yeah, we get validation problems because, yeah, our comment buffers are referencing things that are no longer there. So, of course, we have to re-record things when we recreate the swap chain. But that is a rather simple thing to do. So, draw frame, update Rob. Now, technically, we don't even need a draw of any kind anymore. But a Q submit recreates swap chain. Pain. So once everything has been created, we just say maybe we don't want to fiddle with this in here. That's, I mean, it's convenient, but let's just still do it in the draw frame. That's better. So we recreated the swap chain. So we say record Rob. Okay. Well, this is all the creation. This is draw. All right, so we have that. Obviously, we are so I think we can get rid of this. Update uniform buffer. That's fine. Mm, so a lot of it was current frame. Mm-hmm. So this is image index. current frame. Let's see what we have here. So this is no longer a requirement. Mm, mm. So we are VK true. If so we early out of here. But technically, this is an error. Uh, okay, so we leave this. Okay, so and this is this. Good. So now this should be switchable. Does it compile? Does it run? So is it enabled? Yes. Pre-recording is enabled. Can I? Okay. So we're still crashing. Let's see why that is the case. Ah, yeah. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, okay. Ay, 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 ay. I knew why I didn't like this. I knew it. Good. Obviously, have to write the image index at all times. So that doesn't mean that it's fixed now. It could still be other problems. Hmm? How should we zero this out? Hmm. Now, I have a suspicion that this image index is not exactly in the case that we're out of date. The image index might not be valid at all. So let's just do some fantasy number here. Uh, if this has never been touched, we're going to see this now. So yeah. So in that case, so I think since we're not doing anything with it anyway, and we should definitely reset the current frame to 0, because that's okay. Let's So regardless of, oh, let's, once we are in here, we should zero this out, and we should zero this out. Because when we're running in that case, image index is invalid and we cannot actually utilize it. So we need to fake it. And since we're not really rendering or submitting anything to the queue, I think we're good in doing so. And the same thing is happening. Is it happening here? Need to be more careful here. Maybe we don't. I wonder how I can provoke the situation. Hmm. Maybe I shouldn't. Well, let's see. Need to run into this problem somehow first. Yeah. So when we scale it down, now we're making it big again. Okay. Ah, finally we got something. Record. All right, we somehow arrived at the situation, but so zero. Image index is still 1. So after presenting, I think we're allowed to set it to 0 here as well. Because even if we increment the next time, yeah, I think we're allowed to. So as long as we are, let's do this here as well. I also want to say that if we're running in this part, is it that we are I mean, the present queue does something. So we recreate and we're more or less waiting for the next. So we should not be increasing any of this. So I think it is more legitimate to also end it here. I would think. So even though the original, but at the moment we get swap chain troubles, we okay. Okay. Restore. I do see something flickering about here. So this is the typical validation errors. There. Okay. Hmm. Image. Well, let's see what happened. I need to understand this better. What if we don't do this, but do this instead? Do we then also get these issues? Oh, okay. Okay, we simply may not. It's a purely optional thing. We don't need to assert this here. So this assertion is just is wrong here. Hmm. Okay. Do we get the same? No, we don't get validation issues when we don't pre-record. Yeah, this is the shutdown issues. Okay, we get those. The log. Okay. No, there's no validation issue. Oh, no. All right. How do we get rid of the other issues? What? No. What the hell are you doing? So there was something to be said about some attachment here somewhere. That was during the creation of the frame buffers. Mm. Let's try to get it again. There. Create frame buffers. There seems to be a discrepancy. Create frame buffers. Attachments. Enter create frame buffer. Still created the frame buffer. Must have been. Okay, we say sample count. Enable sampling is false. So we do something. We're utilizing the sample count somewhere where we are clearly not supposed to. Ay, 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 ay. Oh no. Wait, is it? Enable sampling? So when we create, do we have to recreate? No, don't think we have to recreate the render pass. So we have 3 attachments. Enable sampling. So here sampling is not available. Why is this so? Hmm. 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 So we use this here. This is the building. Here we wish to have sample count of 1. Hmm, not from the picked physical device. So So we need to find why this only matters when we're doing this. So we're recording something. So if we're not doing, even though sampling is disabled. So we're not creating the we fill the attachment with 1 bit. And we create the render paths. Oh, okay. Ah, I see. This is create depth. Here we're passing in the sample count. We don't actually say whether it is enabled or not. So when we go into create image, yeah. And I think this is true for all the images we create. Okay, for the colors, yeah. But wait. Hmm, I see. Okay, makes sense to create. Come here. Simple count. But what if we were to enable it? And we're gonna say this, please. Does this still cause validation errors? Um, there. Why do we get validation errors here? Hmm. So all frame buffer image views. Hmm. So 8, 8. Frame buffer. attachment. Create free buffer. Depth view and swap chain view. Hmm. Okay, within the render pass. So I say enabling sampling. We enabled sampling. Hmm. Image view. Attachments 1, 2. That does not match used by the. Well, hello there, and greetings to Egypt. So what are we doing here? Oh, well, yeah. That's on purpose. It's no. It's also not a good idea to look too closely. So so um so second. Let's say create the frame buffer attachment one. Attachment in the render path, but it this is the render and oh wait and create enabling. R2 and here we're 3. Um, hmm. Swap chain image count. We get these views. Hmm. attachments. One has format. Format used by the corresponding. One. But it should. Enable. One and two. Is it saying that they don't correspond? They do. One, two, 0, 1. So why is my render path not there? You say enable. Frame buff. It's the same enabling of something. We have the color. Okay, depth image view. Okay, that is technically, I guess, not correct. Mhm. Okay, here's the number. This is the okay. This is the depth attachment. And this is the color result. Okay. I think this is wrong. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And here you get the swap chain image format again. But let's also see what happened before. Before this. Okay. It's also depth attachment, but with one. Okay, that's. But here it has. Okay, so this is correct. Layout depth. Stencil optim. Um, color attachment optimal. Hmm. Okay. That is color attachment. So followed by the depth attachment. We also have a sample count, store, don't care, layout undefined, that is layout depth, stencil, optimal. Color attachment resolve. Image layout present. Okay. Mm-hmm. Color attachment, image layout color, depth, stencil, attachment, reference. That is this. Depth and color. So oh, 1 and 2. Depth attachment is 1 and that is 2. Okay, that will hopefully be better. Color image view, depth, and swap chain image view. Mm-hmm. I think. Okay, yeah, that seemed to have fixed it. That's good. So there was still a nasty bug in there. Um, but yeah, let's also do the other case. Create Vulkan. Da, 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 da. So what if we are doing this as false and doing this? Will this still work? Oh. Mhm. Okay, so I think we're good here. And also here. What if we don't pre-record? So we see no validation errors. Okay. And well, VK true 8-bit multisampling. We should obviously also don't see any. So I think we can be reasonably sure that this will work now, as expected. Now let's turn it off again, because we don't at the moment want to use multisampling anyway. But we do want to pre-record. Git status. What are you doing and why? Don't want that. Really? Hmm. Okay, this is just a white space change, I guess. That's not a problem. And the rest were all serious changes, so we should commit this. Git status -u. So recording command buffers. No, that's recreating every frame. Recreating. Fixed issue in frame where image index got invalid when swap chain needed recreation. Fixed attachment description create a new pass. Format sample count and final layout were wrong in case of multi-assembly. So we have that. And I think we should commit this stage. So let me briefly do that. Oh yeah. Git push origin main. Whoops. And copy. Ta-da. So we got this. And okay, now we can at least try to take care of the sort of cleaning up stuff. So and that would of course be our destroy run. Good. Whoa, I had no idea. So, good. Okay. Um, so we don't actually create too many things here. Oh, yeah. Mm, well, I think we could. Okay, uniform. Hmm. Okay, here we can. This is no longer. Okay, these are our uniform buffers, but the common pool lives with us. So this can go home. So we have a texture image. Gotta delete the texture and the memory. And a variety of these uniform buffers. Okay. I mean, no, I don't think we can just do this. We check, but we don't. We still want to continue destroying, even if stuff went wrong. So let's see. Mhm. Type VK object type buffer. Okay. So, but didn't I? Okay, sort of descriptor set layout. So I want to say I have a descriptor set layout. Yeah. So obviously this needs to go. Oops. This is also in here double. Destroy descriptor set layout. So obviously we only needed the ones. So index buffer, vertex buffer, and the graphics pipeline and the pipeline layout. These are all things that we do. Okay, see. Of course, we're gonna do this here. Text buffer memory. We make our own pipeline. I do always type E instead of R. So, and the pipeline layout. Let's say this is almost everything, but you will see. In function control. Ooh. And time clock, return true. I still have some shader modules here. Shader module, shader module. Am I not? Semaphores, device. No, I think. Ah, there we go. Destroy shader module. And I think we can delete them the moment we delete or we created the pipeline successfully. All right. So if we created the pipeline and we recorded, I don't think we need to. We can destroy them right in here. So, and since these are void functions, there's really nothing we can do. Or shader. So we still have we have a descriptor set and a descriptor pool. Error. Descriptor set has not been destroyed. Hmm. Let's just say destroy descriptor. Oh, there we have our own descriptor pool. Okay. That is common pool. Yeah. Descriptor pool. Before we destroy the descriptor set. Oh, yeah, I want to say we still forgot something. What if we recreate? No, we seem to be fine. Good. Okay, then let's also commit this. Git status, git dash u commit. Clean up resources. Then git push origin main. Good. It's getting a little light here. Need to get rid of the sun. So now we can finally remove all the stuff from the context that we don't really have any use for anymore, and that is just it's not in use anyway. So so obviously this is not needed. Binding description no longer needed. All gone. This is needed. So update uniform buffer not needed. Okay, are we? Yeah, this. So all the dump functions, yeah, they are sadly needed. So go through all these. Yeah, that we don't need. Yeah, properties. Good. Swap chain create. This is what we need. Depth format. Okay. Yeah, okay. The suitability, we leave that in. So we're dumping a lot of stuff. Now, obviously, we need to create frame buffers, swap chains, and the like. This is also needed. Depth resource. Need color resource. Okay. Yeah. The graphics pipeline is now completely in, part of the Vulkan render object. So we don't need any pipelining in here. Good. The render pass is still and needs to remain in here. So the common pool also, but yeah, buffer creation also, but obviously no longer recording command buffers. This is all part of the Vulkan objects. Yeah, sync objects, obviously we need them. Draw frame. I think we're gonna leave these things in here for reference purposes, but So I want to say that. Yeah, create buffer. These are all the various fun. Okay. This was the old create vertex buffer function. Don't need that. Create index buffer function. Don't need that. Create image. Maps. This is the old texture creation function that we don't need anymore. So, and oops, and image view creation, obviously. This can all go the way of the dodo. Good. Destroy Vulkan instance. I think here we should get rid of the remnants of these old, no longer used things. So, email, good. Here as well. Just the basics. And of course, instead of a pipeline, we just create a render object. And this is also not necessary any longer. I think following from here, there should be no, these are all new functions that we added for our render object splitting. So, okay. Yeah, they're all required. Good. This should still compile. And hopefully work as well. Yeah. Now we can get rid of a lot of the no longer used types. Well, these are obviously things we have. The surface, this is all part, but the swap chain is in there, but no more vertex fragment shader stuff. The render pass is there, but the descriptor set layout is not. Okay, comment and comment pool. These are all important. Vertex buffer, not important. This is not important. Wait a minute, the descriptor pool is in our render object, right? Descriptor pool is in here, yeah. So, descriptor pool and sets, there you go. No more texture stuff. I think this is still needed. Depth image, of course, is needed. This stays. Color image stays. So it'll still work. Yes. Okay. Desired validation. So there is just one thing. These are the things we all need. Desired. Hmm. So I want to say that it's just one thing that bothered me is that when we enabled the device features, just say device feature. Yeah. So when we created the logical device, we are now passing in all device features, and maybe that is not a good idea. And we're gonna change this. So mhm. Enabled features. Okay. So where are we calling this? Here. We're passing in all features that were enumerated during the creation of the physical device. And this is deliberately not so in these examples. So we're gonna split this off as well, because we're simply passing this, and this is sort of all features that the device has, and we probably don't need them all. So I want to do this in here. Desired enabled device features. So Sampler anisotropy. Able validation. So we hmm, so let's see. Did we enable this? Hmm, Oh, okay. Feature is not enabled. Exactly. This is what I was searching for. Mm. So we need to obviously take care of that. Also, what is this? Image error. VK. Okay. Okay, but we're gonna look at this first. So oops. So resizing. So I'm gonna enable that. Yeah, here we don't. Maybe we see that. here we're being yelled at, I believe. No, we're not yelled at. Ah, there we are. Is not enabled. Mhm. Logic up. Oops. Alrighty, so there's another one. Mhm. So what have we? Okay, so there is no. Oh, there is a validation error. BK remaining. Create image view. Level count is 0. Be greater than 0. Okay. But that is when we create our texture. Great. I see. No, this is a very bad indicator here. Ah, I need to get this code out of here. Yeah. Mid levels. This is nothing. Should not be in here. So, hmm. Oh, we don't really. Ah, I see. I see at this time we don't. Okay, okay, okay. Mm, but we can do it differently. Okay. Desired levels. So if desired, automatic map levels, and we are going to all right, map maps. So Oh, wait. Um, no, that's not what I meant. So create texture image. Maybe do this again. So here we go. As desired mid levels. If this is 0, we correct this. And we require that, and then we will set it. Yeah, I think this should be okay now. Desired mid levels. Out mid levels. So will it still work? 11. Okay, so get status. Change presetting all device features. We now only enable dedicated desired features. Um, Changed map level handling. So git push origin main. We go in here. Do away with this. Okay. So next time we will clean out this stuff here. All right. All right, all right, all right. So right now we only have one render object, which is fine, and that will stay for quite some time, but we don't, these things need to be accessible otherwise, because obviously they can't have the same create, destroy, whatever. So we need to make this into a struct, function pointers that will eventually, where we can register renderable objects in the context and then have their function pointers here called. So we want to set this up during the creation, and yeah, we will see. Okay. But I think for now, I think we're in good shape. We fix some issues. We can now pre-record the buffers properly. We get meaningful error, or we get assertions if this doesn't match. So yeah, we leave the descriptor set creation for the moment. But yeah, let's see. I don't like this create image here, but I don't know. Should be able to And I just completely make this go away? No. Implicit declaration. So create depth resource. There. Okay, let's. So there. If we were to place this here, we're running into all sorts of problems, I guess. So can we rearrange this? Yeah, well, we can. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, then we. What are we do? So create image view would obviously, maybe we can pull this down. Let's see. Oh, wait, where was this arrow? So if we want forward declare this. So create depth resource. Ah, I have to really look into this side by side and bring them in the right order. But all right. So, but for now, don't think. Can we do something in here? No. Or maybe we could do something by by registering this kind of object. So do we want to? So what? Let me just check. Create. So if we don't do this here, we're gonna leave the function. Somewhere in the app, I suppose. That is correct. Mm, no, but it is. No, I think we may want to. What if we would do something like the objects? Oh, did I do this? Mm, no, I don't really want that there. Mhm. I mean, splitting splitting is okay. Hmm. Okay. Well, this is hardly surprising. So, good. It I don't think we want that. So, to get store. Okay. Okay. Till then, see you next time. I think we're gonna call it a day. Stop streaming. Stop recording.